Peneda-Geres National Park, the only national park in Portugal. It's an area of almost 700 square kilometres, located in the far north of the country, on the border with Spain. The national park was founded in 1971 to protect the flora and fauna on the Iberian Peninsula. This includes Garrano ponies. They're the only breed of horse in Europe that still lives in the wild. Duarte Figueiredo is Regional Director of the ICNF. The ICNF is responsible for the management and protection of the Peneda-Geres National Park. Park rangers make sure that the laws of the park are respected. The protection of the Garrano ponies is one of their tasks.
The Garranos are a native breed of horse from the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. This species integrates very harmoniously into the ecological balance here. They are not wild animals, but rather the horses have been domesticated. These animals live in the wild, but have an owner. The horses live in herds, but the owners have marked all the animals with a chip, and they receive support from the EU to preserve an original breed.
The
owners go to the herd once or twice a year, catch the ponies, mark the foals, and then let them run free again.
The Garrano ponies are a very old breed of horse. They have been found in this region of Portugal for at least 20,000 years. The Garranos have adapted very well to the rough and barren mountain landscape in the national park. They're small but very robust and hardy, and climb with as much confidence as mountain goats. They also don't mind the climatic weather, with hot summers and cold winters in northern Portugal. Between 200 and 300 of them live in the park.
The park is located in a very special place in Portugal and on the Iberian Peninsula. We are at a boundary between Mediterranean and Atlantic biotopes. At just below 700 square kilometers, it's actually a relatively small park, but because of its special soil composition, there are many different landforms and habitats here.
Barren and rocky mountain ridges in the plateaus contrast with large forests and lush ground vegetation in the deep valleys, interspersed with crystal-clear lakes and rivers. Quaint and desolate villages with terraced fields are also part of the landscape of the national park, as are the large and small granite stones that have been exposed by erosion and can be found everywhere. Miguel Dantas da Gama has made his hobby his life's work. He has been travelling through the national park for many years, observing and documenting the development of flora and fauna. He knows the park like no other.
This is the centre of the national park. This is the epitome of a nature reserve. Behind me stretches the former glacial valley of the Rio Niemann, and there are the best preserved old oak forests in the park.
Mata de Albergaria is the name of this nature reserve, a well-preserved original oak forest in the middle of the Peneda-Geres National Park. It's the only area that is state-owned and managed and protected by the ICNF.
This is a real oak forest, but an oak forest doesn't only consist of oaks. The oak species are only the basis. At lower altitude, it's mainly the English oak that grows. At higher altitudes, it's the Pyrenean oak. The oak forests are the original forests in the national park. There is a great variety of plants here in the oak forest. Ferns, climbing plants on the trees, and on the ground, cranberries and moss. The diversity of species is what makes this forest special. As in the oak forest, light always falls through the treetops onto the lower areas. This allows shrubs and ground plants to grow.
Due to the trees and the dense ground vegetation, the oak forests produce a lot of moisture and store more water in the soil. As a result, it's a cooler temperature. The plants do not dry out as quickly, and the risk of forest fires is much lower. Paula Oliveira spent part of her childhood living with her grandmother in Cabril, in the south of the national park, and returned from the city 4 years ago. Due to the financial crisis, she lost her job and had a hard time in her private life. She decided to leave everything behind, start a new life in Cabril, and dedicate herself to new projects. One of them is the production of flax.
This is the 4th year I've grown flax with my own flax seeds. I haven't been able to make any fabric yet because it is such a labor-intensive process. Until 40 years ago, a lot of flax was grown here in Cabril and Montalegre. But when other materials appeared that were cheaper, flax was no longer planted.
People used flax to produce a fabric from which they made sheets, towels, and summer clothing. After picking, the flax must soak in water for 8 to 9 days to soften.
This place has always meant freedom in my childhood. In the city, I was not allowed to go to the beach alone. But here, I could go to the river alone, play in the water, run across the fields and pick flowers. This feeling of freedom has always stayed with me.
Even when Paula lived in the city, she spent a lot of time with her grandmother in Cabril during the holidays.
The flax must be beaten again and again so that it becomes nice and soft.
Then the flax is hit on a wooden board.
And finally, it's brushed over here to pull out larger impurities and make the flax silkier and cleaner. This is the right flax now, and it feels clean and soft in the hand.
1 meter of this fabric would be very expensive because the production process is so time-consuming. Paula could not make a living from it, but she has an idea to build up a form of adventure tourism here that is oriented towards the traditions of the old villages in the national park.
I've taken up a legacy here, something that no longer seems to make any sense at all. something that has been left behind. From this, I will build something that has a lot of value for me.
She gets help for her projects from Maria, who's familiar with the traditions and happy to pass on her knowledge to Paula.
I work with many older people who master this rural life with great sacrifice and effort and take up traditions that were a way of life in their own right and then disappeared. You don't want me to carry the thread to the end?
No, you can't do that. Put your hand further down, like this.
That far down?
Yes, that works better. I always do it like this.
You're right, it works better.
Maria shows Paula how to make clothes from linen with a loom.
All the people here in the village used to weave, and we made everything out of linen. Everyone had a loom in the house. Now nobody has one, except us. They made firewood from their looms. We are the last ones who still have one.
And Maria is still using it. She shows Paula her newly finished linen pieces.
The fact that I live in the only national park in Portugal also brings responsibility for me. I feel an obligation to keep the roots of this region alive.
Portugal's only official national park was established in 1971 before the democratization of the country. But unlike other national parks, Peneda-Geres is partly inhabited. Around 10,000 people live here together in villages.
One of the big challenges in Portugal is the fact that very few forests are state-owned. And because so much of the Peneda-Geres National Park is private, we state representatives must have a great willingness for discussion in order to come to agreements with the landowners, their representatives, the mayors, and all other forces.
Out of an area of 696 square kilometres, only about 53 square kilometres of the park are state-owned. The remaining area is privately or collectively owned by the surrounding villages, which use the area for agriculture or for their animals to graze. This is the case for the goat herd Paulo Landeira. For generations, his village in Ermida, in the south of the park, has used the common area of the nearby mountain for their goats.
The goats are all descended from the animals my grandparents already had. But the herd renews itself naturally. We slaughter the old goats and sell the meat. Some young goats stay.
The herd currently comprises about 200 goats. They belong to 3 breeders. Every day they take turns walking the goats about 25 kilometres up the mountain above their village. According to old tradition, 1 shepherd per 20 goats must spend 1 day in the mountains. Paulo owns 100 goats, so 5 days a week he walks with his goats.
I like nature. I like walking around in the mountains. It's quiet. Nobody gets on my nerves there. I hike, take breaks, and take my food with me. But sometimes I want to rest, of course. Walking up there every day would be pretty hard. But if I didn't have any colleagues, I'd probably have to. The other 2 goat herds are quite old. I'll probably do it alone one day.
To protect themselves from wild animals, Paolo and the herd are accompanied by 4 dogs into the mountains. One of them is a young Castro Laborero. This breed originally comes from the village of the same name in the north of the park and is still bred there.
This is a dog that's here to protect the goats. He doesn't hurt anyone. He's a nice dog. But when wild animals sneak up on the herd, he goes after them.
The Iberian wolf is one of the inhabitants of the national park. 5 to 6 packs are currently at home here. The wolf packs have grown in number while there is less and less natural prey for the wolf in the park. As a consequence, the wolves have started to attack herds of cattle, horses and goats. Especially in winter, the risk of an attack is high. Last winter, Paolo lost 20 goats to the wolves.
The wolf is a protected species, and only those who have animals lose them to the wolves. Those who don't have any don't lose them. The people, the politicians, don't know what the life of a goat herd is like. They should take a look at what it's like here, when at the end of the day you're standing in front of 4 or 5 dead animals that the wolf has killed. Who pays for that? Nobody. We would have to do the same with the wolf as they did in the past. When the wolf attacked too many animals, they would go on a wolf hunt.
The Fojo dos Lobos in the national park is one of the best preserved wolf traps in the Iberian Peninsula. A huge stone structure ending in a stone circle with a pit into which the wolf was typically driven. The hunt at that time required the expertise of an entire village and a goat as a lure. Armed hunters drove the wolves to the Fojo, where men were waiting, ready to shoot. Since the beginning of the 20th century, these traps have no longer been used.
There are animals in the mountains like wild goats that get sick and infect the goats from my herd. And for that we need the wolf. He hunts the sick goat and eats it. This protects the herd from the disease. The wolf is important. But maybe we don't need so many wolves.
In the evening, the goats return to their pens, satiated. In the past, there were mainly sheep and goat herders who made local herd walks with their animals. This was harmless to the vegetation in the park. The goats are even useful eaters.
It's different today. The animals kept in the park are now mainly cattle and horses, which remain unaccompanied in the mountains all year round, and they graze everywhere. This destroys the vegetation.
Miguel is a cattle breeder. For generations, his family has bred a cross between Barossa and Limousin cattle. They belong to the typical cattle breeds of the country, small-bodied and tough cattle that are bred for their meat. Every day, Miguel takes his cattle to graze on the plateau in the morning and brings them back to the barn in the evening. He's been doing this since he was 10 years old.
The cattle go down here now, then they come back up. They choose what they want to eat.
The high plateau in the north of the park, directly on the Spanish border, belongs to the local communities.
I do this every day. I get up and go to work until I lie down again in the evening, and then get up again. This is the life of the sad man, the life of the poor man, because the rich man doesn't work.
Many cattle live freely on the high plateaus in the north of the national park during the spring and summer months. This form of grazing has profound consequences. Horses and cattle graze everywhere, destroying vegetation and the nesting sites of many bird species. Forest fires are the biggest threat to national and nature parks. Every year, especially in the summer months, there are many small and some larger fires in the Peneda-Geres and its surroundings. Even small fires are fought with great effort to prevent them from spreading and getting out of control. In recent years, more effort has been invested in fighting forest fires. The ICNF now has its own unit to control the fires. Fire regulations have been tightened to prevent forest fires.
The forests were already in a poor state beforehand. The fire destroyed very large areas and left only barren landscapes with a flat ground cover.
Most recently, in 2016, a huge forest fire with several fire fronts spread through a mountain range in the Peneda-Geres National Park. Large areas of forest were destroyed. There are many reasons for the fires. A significant part is due to negligence. Discarded cigarettes or broken glass that focus the light are typical triggers for forest fires. 30% of fires are deliberately set to gain grazing land. Instead of hard-to-burn native trees, such as the English oak, easily combustible trees, such as eucalyptus or acacia, were planted to repopulate the forest faster, causing fires to rapidly spread.
This is the silver acacia, the famous false mimosa, which was also cultivated as an ornamental plant. We even had festivals here dedicated to this plant. The problem is this plant quickly adapts to its surroundings. The plants are so close together that they prevent a slower growing plant from thriving. When the trees are burnt down after a forest fire, the silver acacia immediately grows back through the roots.
This has caused native tree species, such as oak, to be rarely found in some areas. They're being displaced by acacias and other exotic species.
There are already a few areas that are recovering noticeably, and a lot has been done in recent years to contain the forest fires. Also by having more people to take care of it. But we need to protect more areas and prohibit access to these protected zones for grazing animals.
The oak forest is home to numerous reptiles and amphibians, such as the Iberian frog, which is exclusive to the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. Rare plant species can also be found here.
This is a symbolic plant of the Gerês Mountains. You can see that from the name. Hypericum Gerês. It's a St. John's wort plant that comes from this region and can be used to make very good tea that cures various diseases. This St. John's wort is one of about 800 plants that can be found in the national park.
200 vertebrates and 170 bird species are native to the Peneda-Geres National Park. Many habitats of flora and fauna are unique. It's the only national park in Portugal to receive financial support from the government and EU funds to protect these habitats. Since 2009, Peneda-Geres National Park has also been a protected UNESCO biosphere reserve. The park's location, at the boundary between the Mediterranean and Atlantic biotopes, is one of the regions with the most rainfall in Portugal. There are numerous waterfalls and rivers in the park, which fill the lakes with water, even during the hot summers. At the foot of the forest lies the village of Gerês, which was already known for its thermal baths before the establishment of the national park. This is where the aristocracy met to hunt big game in the mountains. For 3 generations, the Van Zeller family has held the rights to use the medicinal water springs. Rosario Van Zeller is also the owner and manager of a spa hotel in Gerês.
In the past, it was mainly the nobility and the upper middle classes who came to Gerês. They came here to spend their summer holidays. This is where the tradition comes from that the thermal baths are mainly used in summer.
Today, mostly tourists come to Gerês to use the healing water from the ancient spring and combine it with a visit to the national park. The water is very rich in sodium and is excellent for treating diabetes, high blood pressure and obesity.
The Romans must have already discovered the thermal water, because when excavations were carried out here in the 20th century, Roman coins were discovered.
Traces of Roman settlement can be found in several areas of the park. Remains of an old Roman road, path markers and bridges, but also aqueducts from the more recent past, such as these old water pipes built by villagers around 1930 to supply their potato fields with water. In many villages you can also find espigueiros, old grain or maize barns. These were erected with the introduction of maize cultivation to protect the grain against rats, mice and rot. First made of wood, they were later built of the weather-resistant granite. The ruins of one of the oldest castles in Portugal are located in the village of Castro Laboreiro, in the very north of the Peneda-Geres National Park, right on the border with Spain. Nearby is Pontes, a small, old and abandoned village that once served as a winter residence for families. 8 to 10 families lived here. In the past, it was common for the mountain people to live in 2 separate villages. In summer, in an upper village, often above 1,000 meters. The rest of the year was usually spent in a river valley, in a winter village, because it got too cold in the upper villages and the cattle couldn't find much to eat. With modern construction and transport technology, the use of winter villages was abandoned. People moved their lives completely to the summer villages and did not return to their winter homes. The villages gradually disappeared.
The village was in a pitiful state. Everything was full of thick bushes and undergrowth, and brambles were growing on the paths. I could hardly get into the village, only via a small path.
Manuel Rodrigues spent the winter months of his childhood here in this village. His family was one of the last inhabitants.
Some houses had collapsed, the walls on the ground like the crumbled house back there.
Manuel's great-aunts lived in this house, with whom he had spent a lot of time as a child. He has many fond memories of this house and this village.
Here in the middle was the fire. We sat down on the bench. Above the fire was an iron pot with 3 legs. The bench was here. We cooked on the fire. I was very sad when I saw this decay. I always found this village with the winter houses much more beautiful than the other one where we lived in summer. Pontes was my passion, not the other village. My chest tightened when I saw this. One day I said to my son, how about we restore this house? And that's what we did, with very little money.
For 4 years, Manuel has been gradually restoring the houses. On weekends, his son Bruno comes from the city to help him. The desire to rebuild the village gave rise to the idea of using the restored village for tourists.
We don't want mass tourism here. This should be for people who are looking for nature and tranquility, who want to hike and enjoy the river. That's why we want everything to remain sustainable. It's better to grow a little slower and not destroy everything in the process.
Até que nos permita fazer as coisas devagar e não estragar tudo.
Sonia Almeida is from the organisation ADERE, which is responsible for the regional development of the park and works on the development of the hiking routes in the park.
We have compiled the major hiking routes based on many other paths. A long path that has existed, small sections of paths, but also the old paths that shepherds or pilgrims have always used. We've created these walking routes for people who want to enjoy nature, who are looking for peace and quiet, and who like the river rushing by.
Investments are to be made in the park's expansion over the next few years, as this form of tourism does not harm the national park and its ecosystems.
The shrine of Our Lady of Peneda is very important in religious terms for the people who live in the villages in the national park. Some even come from very far away.
Every year, from the 31st of August to the 8th of September, a religious festival is held here. People from villages across the national park make the pilgrimage.
Podem encontrar aqui um círculo.
I'm going to ask you right now to either close your eyes or point them at the floor in the way that is most comfortable for you. But before that, I ask you to look all around and notice where you are.
Podemos levar a atenção para dentro do corpo e simplesmente chegar.
Maria do Carmo offers people a different form of recreation in the national park. She practices Shirin Yoku, translated perceiving the forest through its senses, or forest bathing in short, a therapy that originated in Japan.
Our biology is made to be in nature. We've moved away from that. So this therapy wants to teach us again what we always had and knew. This therapy has helped me recover from my own burnout, so I know that it works. And there are so many people in the world who experience burnout.
Research shows that spending time in the forest lowers blood pressure and reduces stress hormones.
I felt that I needed more wilderness for forest bathing, an untouched environment. In forest therapy, it is always said, the forest is the therapist, and we only open the doors.
Maria wants to help the people who come to her to pause, to reflect, and to find a piece of themselves again. The ICNF, together with the landowners of the park, tries to promote tourism and at the same time regulate it so that nature does not suffer any damage. However, there are parts of the park that have already reached breaking point with the existing tourism.
Tourism naturally puts a strain on nature. Here in the national park, you can feel it particularly at certain points. For example, here at this well-known viewpoint. This area around the old thermal bath and Geres is simply very popular, also because there is water here. And that's what attracts people in the summer.
The Vilarinho das Fornas Dam is located on the southwestern edge of the Peneda-Geres National Park. It was built in 1972 to transform the Rio Niemann into a reservoir and generate electricity. An old village on the edge of the river, which gave the dam its name, was sacrificed and flooded. 300 people lived here. Manuel Antunes and Antonio Barroso also lived in this village.
Eles já mudaram desde aí para cá.
I was outraged, especially because the people were not really compensated. The electricity company gave us half an escudo for a square metre of land. At that time, a sardine already cost 1 escudo. All in all, the whole village got the equivalent of maybe 100,000 euros. It would have been worth much more, of course.
The village was a close-knit community that managed itself. Due to the construction of the reservoir, the village community was torn apart and dispersed to the surrounding villages. However, people still come together for meetings today.
We meet, then eat braised goat together, and are happy to be together. We were practically one big family here.
Era tudo uma família.
The remains of the village are still visible today. In times of low rainfall, the village ruins even peep out of the water.
When the water level drops, I like to walk through the ruins to my parents' house and remember the old days. Of course, the divers find it nice when there's a lot of water in the dam because they want to dive through the village. And that's when I had the idea of making an underwater museum out of it.
There are over 100 small villages in the park where old values and traditions are still preserved and practiced. Touraine, located on the northern edge of the national park on the river Salash, is an original community village. Paulo Barroso was the head of the village of Touraine for 20 years and runs a small business in the village, like his father before him. Jaime Barroso was a farmer. In addition, he worked for Paulo's father, who in the early 1980s offered the people of Touraine an alternative to earn good money on the side. He organized a smuggling business from Touraine across the border to Spain.
Remember when we were over the castle, lying down to rest, and then the wolves started howling?
Sure, I was scared.
I was really scared and wanted to run away, but then we would have lost the smuggled goods.
Exactly, and our money, which we would have earned. Either we would have turned back or we would have had to ignore the wolves.
Of course, on the way there, we only thought about the police.
Back then, it was all about the wolves.
Exactly. I felt this special atmosphere in the evenings as a child. At dinner, everyone was nervous, and all they could think about was smuggling. But my father wouldn't let me for a long time because I was too small.
Smuggling between Portugal and Spain was necessary for many people in the border villages to make a living until the 1980s. Although the authoritarian regimes of Portugal and Spain maintained a political friendship, the borders remained sealed. What was available was smuggled: coffee, honey, clothes, but also televisions, mattresses, and even car engines that came from Germany.
I remember when jeans became a popular smuggled product. In Spain, there was money, but no product. That was our chance. I went to a factory in Porto during the day and bought the jeans. At night, I brought them across the border with 5 or 6 colleagues. 30 jeans in a sack, all night long.
Often we were already very tired in the evening from working in the fields. At that time, we still harvested and processed the grain with our hands. That was hard work. But when we went out again in the evening to smuggle, we were happy because it was an important extra income for us.
With 2 to 3 hours of smuggling, we earned more money than if we had worked all day.
Over there on that mountain is the border. Do you remember that place?
So many times it's happened there.
To avoid being caught by the police, the men walked about 6 kilometres alongside roads to the border, most often carrying heavy loads. With the joint accession of both countries to the European Community in 1986, illegal trade came to a halt.
We're here in the middle of the Peneda-Geres National Park. If you want to enter the park from Spain, you go straight through Turin. The people who live here do so primarily out of passion and because they like nature. Because living in the park also has its limitations. We can't just build a house the way we want to. We have to respect nature and the rules of the park. We try to actively manage the ecosystems. We want to rebuild natural park areas that have been neglected and actually have much greater natural potential. We have invested a lot in recent years to save endangered ecosystems.
And with success, original vegetation has returned in some areas. Animal species that have higher habitat requirements and had become endangered or even extinct are again increasingly found in the park.
Until a few years ago, there were 2 breeding pairs of golden eagles here. Unfortunately, because the human impact was too intense, they died out. Now they're coming back because of a nature conservation project in the neighboring region of Galicia that is reintroducing the eagles. In these rocky slopes, the barren cliffs there, golden eagles have nested. And on this side too. The golden eagles can now be seen more often again. Curiously, they sometimes nest in the same places where golden eagles used to nest. I've seen them actually use the exact same spot on the same cliff as the animals that lived here 40 or 50 years ago. That's really great. It's not only my passion. I have become someone for whom this hobby has almost become the meaning of life. It's my main activity. Because I believe that there is still a lot to do and to recover in this important nature reserve. Peneda-Geres is, after all, our only national park in Portugal.
Portugal's highest mountain range, a journey to adventurous rock formations and traditional villages in the Serra da Estrela, the Star Mountains. This nature park is the largest protected area on the Iberian Peninsula. Portugal's only ski resort is also located here, at an altitude of almost 2,000 meters. In the Star Mountains, sheep play an important role. Their wool has been and still is a precious resource of the Serra da Estrela. This lamb is not even 24 hours old and has already become an important part of the Serra da Estrela's cycle. At 29, Ana Matos is probably the youngest resident of the mountain range to carry on the tradition of breeding sheep. Ana bought this flock of Bordalera sheep, one of the oldest breeds in Portugal, from a retired shepherd. And that night came the surprise.
I didn't expect that. I let them out into the meadow, and there it was, a little baby. That was great. The first baby of the herd.
It's very young. Everything is new. Where can I get a drink round here? They all look the same here. It's hard to find the right one. I'm on the wrong side and it's not even Mum. The young shepherdess has to help.
I wanted to go to a place where I could practically apply my knowledge of conservation. I wanted a rundown place, like here, where there are bushes everywhere. Forest fires are a big problem, especially for biodiversity. I want to preserve nature here. On the one hand, it's the forests, but also the old ways of living, and that's why the sheep also play a role.
Ana has found what she's been looking for in Folgocinho, high up in the north of the mountains. 80 hectares of land now belong to her. She bought it with her savings. Older farmers still live in the area and teach her the old ways of working. The forestry graduate lives here alone, but has help from friends to build her house. The future living room still needs a proper ceiling before the winter comes.
We have a roof now, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Looks great.
Here, where Anna wants to live, life is rough and hard. I've never been here in winter, but I think the winter will be quite hard. Your project is really interesting in terms of the environment, preserving traditions and culture. The project is not only interesting for her, but for the whole community, and even for the whole country.
It is the unique biodiversity that is close to Anna's heart, even though not everything you see is harmless.
People should come and visit me to see what we do here. They should learn about the ancient knowledge that people have acquired over thousands of years. This knowledge, and of course, modern knowledge. All this should help so that people can integrate with nature and both profit from it.
After the work is done, we try Serra da Estrela cheese from Anna.
Beer goes well with it. Now all that's missing is the door to your living room. The cheese is really good. Thank you.
Mas aquela ali em pedra vai ficar mesmo gira.
Não, está tudo bem. Eu posso ir à civilização quando quero. Portanto,
I'm not scared here. Everything is good. I have neighbors too. They are good people. And I have my phone if I want to talk to someone. And I have my dog Ursh. She protects me. So everything is good. I feel comfortable here.
Sim.
In the future, Anna would like to offer regional organic products on her farm, such as Serra da Estrela cheese. Community members, neighbours and friends, all in traditional clothing that protects them from the heat. Here in Vicentina, in the north of the nature park, everyone pitches in. Even their parents and grandparents worked in these fields. In midsummer, it is forbidden to work with agricultural machinery. The danger of forest fires is too high. Today alone it is over 40 degrees, so they use harvesting sickles.
The work is hard, but it used to be even harder. We always threshed the grain in pairs and with sticks. We really appreciate the bread here.
Vicentina is known as the rye village of Portugal. The bread is sold all over the Serra da Estrela.
Here in Vicentina, we've always grown rye. Until I was 17, I lived in Vicentina in one of the oldest houses in the village, and our roof was covered with rye straw.
All generations of friends and neighbours, all of them. Everyone comes together, helps one another to harvest rye and potatoes. People still come to congregate here.
Vicentina is a mountain village, partly still built of granite. The only tradition from the old days that has disappeared are the thatched roofs. Everything else is kept alive here. Tradition is important to the village community, although they lack young people who would carry on the traditions. Manuel Proença bakes bread following an old recipe of his mother's. Rye, together with salt and spring water. Manuel built the oven himself. Everything is made of stone, just like in the old days.
The oven is hot.
Is that enough?
That's enough. The stove should only be warm. Do you know why I like this? Because people are happy when I bake bread. When I sell it at the market, everyone tells me that the bread is wonderful, and that's why. Everything that we like to do and that makes people happy brings us the greatest joy.
Tudo o que a gente faz com gosto e que as pessoas fiquem bem servidas é o prazer maior que a gente tem.
His wife, Seu, prefers to work in the fields rather than at the hot stove. But before market days, she helps Manuel bake.
Este pão acaba por não ser o pão do dia.
This bread is not a bread for daily consumption. It's a weekly bread. Because when it's still warm, it can't be. It sticks to the knife. That's why it's a weekly bread. People used to keep it in a rye chest. Why? To absorb the moisture.
Para o centeio absorver a umidade.
Demand for the traditional rye bread has increased. It's a stroke of luck for the family.
I became unemployed and suddenly it became a source of income and I started to like it. I started doing it and that's what I want to do. I don't want to go back to construction. I don't want to work on construction sites. I had worked in construction since I was 18. I stopped at 50 and it was hard.
Vidamonte has less than 500 inhabitants. Only a few kilometres away is the village of Quinta da Taberna. José Neto was born here. In his childhood, there were only 6 families in the village.
Manuel, all this used to be a farm before. Older people have passed away and the younger ones have chosen a different life. And this is what it looks like here today.
The houses are built exclusively of granite stones. UNESCO claims that some of these stones are 100 million years old. This village is now under its protection. The 2 men heard about UNESCO's visit. If José had been there, he would certainly have shown them where the key to his children's bedroom was.
I'm going to unlock the door to see how run down it is.
Won't it collapse? I'm quite heavy.
That was the cupboard. Everything has already been dismantled. Here were the clothes, lots of clothes, blankets. Building these houses was very labour-intensive. There were no bricks. Today you build a house quickly. In the past you had to lay 80-centimetre wide bricks on top of one another, which took a long time. That's why the rooms were so small. But there was a strong family bond. Today, there isn't one. Nowadays, you're downstairs and the child goes straight to the room to the computer. There's no family bond. Do you understand? That's how it is.
The university town of Covilhã was once the largest wool producer in Europe, an imprint that is still reflected today in modern street art. The identity of the Serra da Estrela is closely linked to the wool industry. Today, the former wool mills located next to the university house the Museum of Wool Products. Everything is integrated into the teaching. Carolina Loss studied fashion design here. With the help of her professor Rita Salvado, she combined new knowledge with old for her thesis. This is precisely what the university guides its students to do.
We want to preserve the history of the wool industry, which was very important here in the town of Covilhã and the whole Serra da Estrela region. And this industry is still an important one today, an engine for the development of society today.
Downstairs in the museum, they're working on the future. They have developed a jacket that has a very special function. It protects workers who are responsible for the maintenance of television and mobile phone antennas from strong electromagnetic radiation.
There are threads that are electrical conductors and normal threads that insulate. People confuse them, especially since they look the same.
The
jacket consists of different parts. This one has a hood that is also lined with a conductive fabric, because the head can also be exposed to rays. This is a small LED light that comes on when the recommended value is exceeded. So we use the electromagnetic energy to turn the LED light on or off, depending on how much radiation is in the environment.
This protects and warns at the same time. High technology integrated into wool. It's where tradition meets modernity and becomes timeless.
We always try to connect these areas, which is also the motto of this museum. The threads of the past weave the future.
The idea has already won international awards. There are many early birds in the mountains. Some are already strolling around, some are exploring the surroundings, others are taking their time getting ready. Felipe Martins is a passionate birdwatcher. His favourite place in summer is an old cable car station. It was built in the 1950s. However, it was never in operation. Instead, the station is now home to cliff swallows. Felipe works as a tourist guide. It's his dream job.
esta beleza, esta calma, este ambiente salutar.
It's this beauty here, this peace, this environment. It all makes it easy to fall in love with these mountains. I have been walking here all my life, from swimming in the lagoons to chasing the birds later on. I like it very much, my Serra da Estrela.
Atrás dos passarinhos, gosto muito da minha serra.
The cliff swallow may not be the most interesting animal in the mountains or the most colourful, but Felipe thinks it still attracts attention with its fast flight. In search of the best place for bird watching, we head deep into the Serra da Estrela. Some rock formations bear names from the region. One example is the cheese factory. It looks like Serra da Estrela cheese stacked on top of each other. The stones were formed by the glaciers of the last ice age. They were covered with sand, and when they melted, they left behind huge, almost smooth granite boulders. Numerous birds circle above it all. Among the more rare ones is the golden eagle. Buzzards are more common. Felipe positions himself between two resting places of the birds of prey.
I try to get them in focus. I try to find it in the telescope. It seems to be a serpent eagle, but it could also be another bird.
Outra coisa.
In the past, buzzards were seen here more often. The principle of eating and being eaten was still a natural cycle in the mountains.
The shepherds would bring the sheep up here on the mountains, and the animals would sometimes fall off a cliff and die. The shepherds would leave the carcasses for the buzzards and predators. Unfortunately, the latest community rules don't allow it anymore, but there are buzzard feeders all over the country, and so their numbers are increasing.
This is good news for the birdwatcher. He needs to know not only the best places for their passion, but also the best times. Birds of prey are most likely to be seen at midday and in the afternoon.
You have to like it and have a lot of patience, especially since the critters out there don't always wait for us. But it's very beautiful to see the animals and also how they interact with each other in the natural way. It's very special.
The higher the mountains, the more likely it is to see a rare species. Near the many mountain lakes lives a very small, difficult-to-catch animal that is native to these parts.
This is a female mountain lizard. It was most likely never impregnated by a male. It's still very young. Females usually have male bite marks on their abdomen when they have been impregnated. This one doesn't. It's never lost its tail. When lizards lose their tail, they grow it back without a pattern on the back. It's beautiful. It's a very special species here in the mountains because it is only found here.
The Serra
da Estrela may not be the highest mountain range, but it is a unique place. Unlike anything I have seen before, I just feel at home in this environment.
Será sempre a minha casa e sempre diferente de qualquer uma outra.
Felipe Martins protects nature in the Serra da Estrela by explaining its uniqueness to tourists. In this way, he wants to preserve what has existed for millions of years.
Tango! Ai, ó, tango daqui, anda cá. Ai, que tu és muito lindo. Ai, que tu és muito lindo.
Tango is the small version of a shepherd dog. He's 8 months old. And Suzette Motash da Vega's pride and joy.
He's very sweet. Feels very good. You can't let him be around other male dogs. His sweet looks only work on humans, not other dogs. There can only be one alpha male. Born in Switzerland, she has been breeding the Serra da Estrela mountain dogs for more than 40 years. This makes her the oldest breeder of the oldest dog breed on the Iberian Peninsula.
The
Estrela dog is a very good guard dog. This is because it's a shepherd dog that protects the herd. The shepherds have never trained the dogs or taught them obedience in any way. They simply kept the dogs that were best suited. He's also a good family dog. They obey when I say something, but it depends. You can't say too much, and you can't ask too much. It's like with the children, actually. As a child, she wanted a whole zoo. Now, at 80, she always looks after at least a dozen dogs. There are short-haired and long-haired breeds. On hot days, they sometimes struggle. Yes, I like all animals, even the insects. If an insect falls into the swimming pool, I fish it out. I think if I were in the water like that, I'd be happy if someone rescued me, too.
Wenn ich so im Wasser wäre, wäre ich auch froh, wenn mich jemand retten würde.
She's so very sweet. She goes up to the people, and then she sits down and gives them her paw and closes her eyes. That's so wonderful. You always feel needed, and that's good too. I want to say that it also keeps you young and healthy. She came to the Serra da Estrela in the early 70s and stayed. She would never have so much space in Switzerland. That's why she doesn't want to go back, even if she sometimes misses it. Swiss chocolate. And I also have a great fondness for the Swiss Alps. I miss that a little bit. People say that here I'm also in the mountains, but it's not the same. They're very different in Switzerland. In this glacial valley of the Serra da Estrela lies the town of Mantegas. In the early 19th century, looms rattled here. 10 fabric mills once existed. Most of them are now bankrupt, but times are changing. Mantegas is now a place that brings life to the old craft. This wool factory has been quiet for a long time. Today the machines are in service again. For some years now, in the hinterland of the mountains, the wool craft has been experiencing a renaissance. For former geriatric nurse Dina Almeida, this is vital. She was unemployed before she got a job here. The work fulfills me. It's a craft I didn't know before. I had heard a lot about it, but it was completely new to me. In this job, you learn something all the time, and it's great that we are now doing what our parents did.
I was a lumberjack, but when a job became available here, I wanted to give it a try. The work is different, easier. In winter we have a roof over our heads here, not out there.
Things are going really well for the factory right now. So good, in fact, that the employees have been working through the past 24 hours. The old machines are running like new, and the phone of Isabel Costa, the boss, doesn't stop ringing.
When the old company went bankrupt, we thought it was likely that all these machines would end up in the scrapyard. We wanted to preserve these cultural assets. So for us, it became not just a business, but a mission. Yes, my mission.
A relentless task. The mission also needs the machines, which are over 100 years old. They come from Switzerland, France or Belgium. Isabel Costa believes that no new industrial machine can achieve this quality. The wool is from Serra da Estrela. It's called burel. The shepherds already wear cloaks made from it. It doesn't wear out easily.
Our idea was to use the burel, this very traditional Portuguese wool fabric, and give it color and three-dimensionality to enhance the product and the raw material, which is sheep's wool. And that was only possible by design.
They sell the end product to architects and decorators, for example, to hotels. Above all, they want customers who, like them, want to keep tradition alive.
We have to be very crazy, don't we? The moment we start the mission, the dedication becomes a risk. But it's also about transforming our lives into something more useful than buying a Ferrari and driving around the world.
Probably no one here dreams of buying a Ferrari, yet the machines won't ever be left unused again. At the beginning of August, the first traces of high temperatures can already be seen across all the forests of the national park, especially underneath the trees where it is extremely dry. The Portuguese security police are also responsible for protecting the forests and investigating fire cases. A team goes on patrol every day. There are several watchtowers in the Serra da Estrela. In the peak of summer, they're usually manned by civilians who are hired especially for observation.
Is the forest fire risk high today?
It's high, the highest level. It has been for a few days.
Captain Fernandes is the highest-ranking officer in the group. This time of the year is the most difficult for the officers.
As part of forest protection, we're always in contact with the guards. When they or we see a column of smoke or recognize a suspicious situation, we communicate. We build on the network of watchtowers, because in the towers they have a better perspective as their field of vision is 360 degrees. Our surveillance system includes the watchtowers and the people who are out and about in the region. So, for example, us, the police, then the Forest Fire Brigade and other forces from the surrounding villages. And the whole thing is coordinated by us via a regional command.
Gouveia, a municipality on the northwestern edge of the Serra da Estrela, is the headquarters. Here at the station, the security team organises individual guard posts. Since the risk of forest fires is very high, they have to be experienced.
And Rodriguez, what is the situation in the watchtowers?
In the watchtower in Loriga, we have Nuno Santos. He's been working for us for 3 years and is experienced. In Pedras Lavadas is Dona Rosa, who has 20 years of experience. They know the Serra da Estrela like no one else, and they recognize forest fires relatively quickly.
The last serious fire occurred in 2017, presumably caused by a lightning strike. In the Serra da Estrela, a quarter of the entire area burnt down. Every year, fires ravage forests all over Portugal. Climate change is accelerating the risk. Since then, laws have been passed to better protect the forests. Even with high fines, property owners have to take better care of their land so that there is no dry undergrowth lying around. There has been a fire on a property nearby. The troop is called to investigate the cause. Because the property is well maintained, the fire could not spread very far, says Paulo Cardoso, the fire investigator. The first thing they have to do is find the source of the fire.
Ideally, we already see some indications on the trees. When the fire goes with the wind, it hugs the trees. And through that we can determine in which direction the fire spread. In the other direction, we can find the place where the fire started. If we then find combustible material on the ground, we can precisely circle the spot.
80% of fires are started by humans, and most of them start unintentionally. People who make a campfire or burn garden waste. Arsonists are rare in the area, but in this case it could actually have been intentional.
If we find nothing on the ground, no match, no candle, no incendiary agent, then we assume that the fire was started with a direct flame, for example, with a lighter. So someone lit something and then walked away. And that leads us to the conclusion that arson took place here. At this stage, we don't know who the arsonist might have been, but we know where the fire started in order to determine later who the arsonist was.
A third of Portugal is covered with forests. Due to people leaving the rural areas, arable land is becoming smaller and smaller. This increases the risk of fire. The work is not getting any easier for the Portuguese security police. Children of Portuguese emigrants actually return back to Portugal rather rarely. Antonio Madeira is an exception. He was born in Paris and worked successfully as a management consultant. Nevertheless, he has returned home to the Serra da Estrela, back to the village of his parents. With his wife Marina, he now makes his own wine. When he talks about his passion, he prefers to do so in French.
I was earning well, but I was not into what I was doing. And so I said to myself, life is too short to spend 40 years or more doing something that doesn't give you any real pleasure apart from money. I needed a little more than that.
Marina Madeira sometimes misses Paris. She worked there as a nurse, and they had many friends there.
Life might be a little easier there, but here we have other things like nature. And although it's exhausting, I like the fact that we preserve these old vines here and that we respect nature.
Tentar preservar este património é também respeito para a natureza.
Only low yields of wine can be produced on the rather poor soils, but this benefits the quality of the wines. The old grape varieties that have been cultivated for centuries in the valley around the Douro River need a lot of care.
I create a bit of air around the grapes to create a favorable microclimate for a healthy ripening process without fungi and diseases.
The Douro region in the north of the nature park is the oldest wine-growing region in Portugal, so viticulture is not a new invention here. Even if it has been rediscovered in recent years, it is now sold to fine dining restaurants.
The Serra da Estrela protects us in the east from the continental winds from Spain, the very hot continental winds. It's a barrier against these winds, and also the fact that we are at a certain altitude. On average, we are 500 meters above sea level. All this together gives the wines their very fresh, very fine character.
Antonio discovered his passion for wine in Paris. His first wine cellar was a garage. Now he owns a brand new hall with large steel containers and oak barrels. It has been a long process for the couple to get here. With wine, you learn patience, they say.
Sometimes this project is almost like having a child. We spend a lot of time here. It's a lot of work. We put a lot of ourselves into this.
So for us, it's about staying as close as possible to the real thing, expressing the real thing in a glass of wine. It gives meaning to what we do. It makes us happy. Much more than a check. The check is necessary to live, but it's not the purpose. It's not enough. In any case, it represents not being happy in our sense of the word.
And somehow Paris is very close. The French also appreciate the Douro wine from the nature park. Douro is located at the foot of the national park. This tranquil place is one of the oldest mountain villages in Portugal. It was first mentioned in the history books in the 15th century. Its landmark is the slate stone. All the buildings are made of it. The teacher, Ricardo Pacheco, also lives in one of these houses. He was born here.
Slate was the material that was naturally present here. It was torn out exactly where the house was built. This created a level, and then the walls of the houses were built from slate.
The entire village is now a listed historical monument. Today it is almost impossible to imagine that Douro has a dark past. But its inaccessible location attracted those escaping justice. Ricardo Pacheco doesn't like these stories very much. It reflects badly on Douro, but he knows them anyway.
Diogo Lopes Pacheco was one of the three men blamed for the murder of Inês de Castro, the mistress of the Portuguese king Dom Pedro. Lopes fled to Spain, where he was tracked down and was to be captured. He learned of this and escaped to Portugal. Here he is said to have hidden in an inhospitable, hard-to-reach place at the foot of the Açores Mountains.
Perhaps that's why the residents have painted all their doors and windows blue as a precaution, for protection against evil spirits. The colour is considered sacred. The patron saint of the country, the Virgin Mary, also wears a blue cloak. Ricardo goes even further and wears blue exclusively. He is one of only 55 inhabitants left.
When I was born, there were many more people living here, but there was no tourism. When I was 4 or 5 years old, there wasn't even a road leading up here. You could only reach the village by dirt roads. I remember that the first road was opened only in 1970.
Since then, the village has been anything but isolated. More tourists than residents populate the streets. Douro is distinguished as one of the most beautiful medieval villages in Portugal.
If it sounds good, the cheese is good. If it doesn't sound good, the cheeses are not yet fully matured and need more time.
Donna Natalia is the cheesemaker of the Serra da Estrela. It has been made here for several generations in her own cheese dairy, following a family recipe.
I've been making cheese for so many years, I couldn't live without making cheese. I like what I do. That's how I was brought up. There's a lot of love here.
The special feature of their cheese is its buttery consistency. It is the mixture of maturing over time, good milk and fermentation. For the milk to thicken, she uses a traditional remedy.
These are the flowers of the thistle. They go into the Serra da Estrela cheese. We use them to thicken it. We've always used them. My mother and my grandmother used them. If it's good, I eat it without bread. It's a treat. Once you start, you don't stop.
By the end of July, she has almost finished working on the cheese. Her husband, Luis, takes care of the sheep.
The snack is for my husband. He's in the mountains with the sheep. He's been in the mountains for 1.5 months now. But before, he was sometimes away for 4 months, alone or with other shepherds who are also in the mountains.
In midsummer, the sheep can't find much to eat in the valley. That is why the shepherd drives them into the mountains. There they find heather, juniper, and bristly grass. The sheep like that. There are plenty of them at the Torre, the highest point of the mountains. The first meeting in more than a week.
Matar a fome. Beijinho.
We haven't seen each other for more than 8 days and we miss each other. This is the loneliness of the mountains.
His father also had sheep. His mother made cheese, and so did mine. And so the love arose, a love affair between neighborhood children.
She was 14 years old. Follow me.
This is the shepherd's living room. The piled-up stones also serve as a refrigerator or wardrobe. Life out here is addictive, says the 60-year-old.
The sheep like the way I do it. The day we came here, it was 3 o'clock in the morning when I opened the barn and they already knew where I wanted them to go. They don't need a shepherd. They already know. There comes a time when they have to leave, just like us.
His 5 mountain dogs accompany him on this journey.
Tem nada, olha, empresta uma navalha.
Já é bom.
Look, the cheese. This one. This one is real cheese from the mountains. It's my little milk sheep, Mondegeres. That's the name of the breed. It's a relative of the Bordelera.
One breed gives the best milk. The other one is best for wool in these mountains. They are as unique as the dogs here.
To herd the sheep, the stables are the best. There are many good breeds of dogs, but a mountain dog, if trained from a young age, is the best. I have raised and trained these dogs before. My life has been dedicated to that. I train them that if you approach me and I say something, the dog would turn to you and defend me. Bye.
Bye.
See you next time.
See you next week.
Until next time, my dear. I won't see her again for a week.
At some point, it's time to say goodbye.
The loneliness, especially in the evening. During the day you sew, you're busy, but in the evening there's more loneliness and the longing to have dinner together. It's more that you wait for him to come home at this hour. You know he's not coming because he's in the mountains. All that is missing in everyday life.
In mid-September, Luis and his sheep head back down into the valley. This is the tradition of the Serra. Southwest Alentejan and Vicentina Coast Natural Park stretches along a narrow coastal strip that runs along the west coast, all the way to the south of Portugal. Sparsely populated, this coastal region, which was placed under protection in 1988, is considered one of the most intact in all of Europe. Porto Covo was the first village in the park. 180 kilometres from Lisbon, life here is tranquil and quiet. The people get by from agriculture and, to a modest extent, from tourism and fishing. And many of the fish end up here in the Porto Covo Market Hall.
My name is Joaquim Matias. I am a child from Porto and I have been a fisherman since I was 12 years old.
The Ilha do Pessegueiro is an islet off the coast of Porto Covo. Inconspicuous at first glance, it actually has an eventful past, as Romans settled here in the 1st century AD.
They immediately recognized the island as a good vantage point, especially since there were rich fishing grounds in this coastal area. They built a large fish preservation farm. There, at the lowest point, they preserved fish. You can see the pools, the dormitories and the baths where they bathed at that time. This is the most characteristic bird from Porto Covo and Ilha de Pessegueiro. These birds are children of the island. During the day, they leave and fly to the fields in search of food as they eat grains. In the late afternoon, they return to their shelters on the island, where they are protected from heat, cold, wind and rain.
A little further south, we find Mil Fontes. This is where the Mira River flows into the Atlantic. In the past, when there was no road, the river was a busy waterway, but today it is more peaceful.
How's it going? Have you caught any sea bream or sea bass yet?
This one is very nice and big. Check it out.
Not only mahi-mahi are caught here, but also sea bream, sea bass and squid. The water is good quality, but very salty due to the tides. We carry on to Orda Mira. Here an association is based that is committed to organising the hiking trails in the entire park area.
I'm Marta Cabral, and I'm the director and president of the Rota Vicentina Association. The Rota Vicentina is a non-profit association that was founded to run a network of hiking trails and to combine hiking with sustainable tourism in the region. At the moment, we have 750 kilometers of footpaths and more than 1,000 kilometers of cycling routes. So this is a small cork oak. There are cork oaks with very thick trunks. This one is small. And as you can see, this trunk has an untouched area and one where bark has been removed. This is what cork is made from. The cork oak represents the Portuguese identity. It's a real part of our identity, especially in the south of the country. Throughout the Alentejan region, and here we are in the Alentejo, another part of the Rota Vicentina belongs to the Algarve. Here we are in the Alentejo. You can find cork oaks. They are very important for the Portuguese economy because we export a lot of cork, but they are also important for biodiversity. Cork oaks, the more the better. There is no disadvantage. It's a tree that regenerates itself. It does not have to be cut down to harvest the bark. It regenerates its bark, and after 9 years, we can harvest the bark again. It grows again. It's therefore a very sustainable consumption, isn't it? The tree continues to grow, providing shelter for animals. They are trees that live a long time. And even when they die, they still fulfill an important task in the ecosystem. In the Alentejo, which is a very vast and dry region, they provide shade.
1/3 of the world's cork cultivation area is in Portugal. The trees have to be at least 25 years old before they can be peeled for the first time. The harvest time is between May and August. Then the cork traders come from all over the country to inspect the harvest.
If we look over there, we see a eucalyptus plantation, which is mainly used to produce pulp. This is also an important export product of Portugal. But it does not contribute to diversity, to biodiversity. When eucalyptus is grown intensively, it consumes a lot of water and thus displaces other species. Water is traditionally a rare commodity here. There is the Mira River and some tributaries, but actually we are in a dry region. There have been some fires, which cause us a lot of concern. The eucalyptus works like a match. All the characteristic local species are much more fire-resistant than it.
The eucalyptus has oily leaves that act as fire accelerants.
We see the mission of the Rota Vicentina Association as leading walkers to beautiful places. And we are aware of the privilege of living here. But we also want everyone to think more and more about sustainability. So it's not just about having a nice hike, taking some photos and going home again. That's what we want, of course, but we want more than that.
Cabo Sardau, the only place in the world where storks nest on cliffs in the sea. The Costa Vicentina is one of the last intact ecosystems in Europe. The steep cliffs, the almost constant wind and high waves have ensured that mass tourism has not gained a foothold here. All the more shocking then when barely a kilometre inland and still within the park grounds you can find this, but resistance is stirring.
I'm Fátima Teixeira, and I moved to Alentejan. Behind me you can see one of the largest concentrations of greenhouses or growing tunnels. There's no precise definition of what greenhouses are and what plastic tunnels are. For us, everything is plastic. When I say for us, I mean the members of a citizens movement that I founded with some friends. It's called Juntos pelo Sudoeste, Together for the Southwest. In these tunnels, mainly small fruits are cultivated, like blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, strawberries. They're sold for a high price and mostly exported. They're produced here, but most of the yield is exported to Northern Europe and other destinations. And this cultivation is labor-intensive. That's why they imported labor. We export fruit and import labor. They are mainly workers from Asia, from Nepal, Pakistan, India, Thailand. They earn very little in their countries and have a hard life. They produce, export, and when the water runs out or when other problems arise, they move on to new areas and continue the same style of production there, just like here. For example, the law does not require environmental impact analyses for areas smaller than 50 hectares. You don't need them then. If it's more than 50 hectares, you have to present an analysis. That is why small areas of 45 hectares are set up here. 45 here, 48 there. On the other side of the road, another 45. And this way there's no total area of 50 hectares. It's not considered a contiguous area. The law is absolutely circumvented. One of the big problems in the park is not only the installation of the greenhouses. It's not just the plastic, but also the intensive farming that consumes a lot of water.
The Real Madrid football club has already used this turf for their stadium.
We need to ask ourselves what we are using the water for, whether we want to use it to water flowers, ornamental plants and turf, or whether we want to use it for sustainable food production. Everything is connected, and so we shouldn't just kill the chicken that lays the golden eggs, should we? If we kill the chicken that lays the golden eggs, we end up with nothing.
My name is Antonio Rosa, and I am a farmer. We are approaching the rainy season, aren't we? This rain is good if it is not too heavy. The potato likes a little rain. If it gets a little more rainwater, it develops better when I water it. You harvest the sweet potatoes when the first rain falls.
A água da chuva é importante, que só se começa a apanhar normalmente a batata doce quando chove as primeiras águas. Hoje rega-se, mas antigamente tinha a particularidade.
Today, you have to water more. In the past, growing sweet potato and groundnut had the advantage that these two crops did not need to be irrigated. This only works here because of the sandy soil, which retains moisture. I got the organic seal of approval for the Lira variety. This is an old variety that used to be grown here. In the meantime, new varieties have been introduced. They are higher yielding, but not regional. I sell directly or supply restaurants and organic shops in Lisbon and all over the country. My clientele is not big, but I work a lot with customers I trust. I don't want to discuss prices all the time, or even mercantilism. I have some restaurants that only serve my potato. Even if it's more expensive, they prefer this potato. It's what I do, and it's very fulfilling for me professionally. I know that I'm doing positive things. That is my personal wealth. I may not have that much money, but I have a good life. And I am free. I move around the countryside. This is my life, my world, my lifestyle. It also makes a lot of work, a lot of work. But you have no stress, and you're free. You can manage your time. I am a free man. Vegan. Vegan. Then they beat and separate the nuts. In a park, it would be better to do traditional agriculture, to produce organically, instead of this agro-industry that prevails at the moment. That would be my greatest wish.
Not far from the coast lies a donkey farm. Here, old, sick and abandoned animals have found a home.
My name is Sophia von Menzingen. I've been living in Portugal for 17 years. There was a moment when I wanted to change my life radically, and that brought me out of Cologne and the full city life and cultural life and into total peace here. Donkeys definitely need sandy soil. That's their bathtub. Water is only for drinking. And it's all quite ingenious because they lie down here and roll around. Then they have their tails, which they powder themselves with. Then they are covered with their layer of dust, which makes it very difficult for insects to get through and sting them. Humidity does nothing for them, and also the rain. Their fur can't take it at all. It really gets into their skin. The farmers here taught me that back then. Basically, the donkeys stay here with the farmer in the stable until March, including February, from November to February. And they only come out in March, which is the month of the donkey. Romano is already 39, which means donkeys can live up to 40. My master Romano has a very important role with me. I also learned a lot with him because I knew nothing about donkeys before. The school was also painful, so physically painful. Kiko was found by a friend who also rescues donkeys. She found him tied up in the wilderness. He was almost dead from hunger and thirst. That's the intention. If you don't want donkeys, mostly old donkeys, then they're tied up in the wilderness and left to die.
My name is Lena Maria.
My name is Lena Maria. I'm a psychotherapist, and I was here in Portugal for the first time 3 years ago. And I simply fell in love, so to speak. I fell in love with the country, and especially with nature. So I followed that and came here. In the first few days, you ask yourself, do they like me? Because nothing really develops. And after a few days, when they know you and know that, oh yes, she's coming, she'll give me food, maybe she'll brush my back, then they come voluntarily and know that with her I'll get this, and with her I'll get that.
These are old donkeys, and they no longer need to work.
A donkey is very special. They don't do anything that doesn't make sense to them. It's fascinating that they know so much about what they want and that they don't let themselves be distracted from it. They're clearly herd animals, which means keeping one alone is really not recommended. But at the same time, they can adapt very well. That means they can make friends with a dog, with a goat, with a cow, with a human. But their whole well-being is in any case with the herd.
And thanks to their adaptability, the donkeys can contribute to their own livelihood as walking companions for tourists.
My name is Nuno Barros. I am a biologist. I have always been fascinated by the flora and fauna of Algesur, the birds, plants, butterflies. We are in the autumn migration period, the time after reproduction. There are those that live here all year round, and those that are just crossing Europe, in this specific case, the southwest of Portugal. They are migratory birds that have reproduced in Europe and are now on their way to the tropical areas of Africa. Food is becoming scarce in the places where they have reproduced. They take a long journey, crossing the entire Mediterranean region, the Sahara Desert, and flying all the way to the forests of the Sahel zone. There, the rainy season has just ended, and there is plenty of water and many insects. A new food base is created for the birds, which thus survive the winter. These are cattle egrets, a species of bird that lives here and accompanies the cattle all the time. The birds accompany the cattle because they open up a food source. The cattle stir up the soil as they walk, making it more permeable and looser. This makes it easier for the herons to find insects with their beaks. But the cattle also benefit, as the herons pick away parasites and ticks.
A riverbed with diverse life that offers the best resources for the animal inhabitants and their migrating guests.
The cormorants can dive very well, making pursuit dives in search of prey. They press their wings close to the body and paddle with their feet as if they were a kind of motor. They are very agile and they can dive very deep because the water penetrates the feathers. Many people recognize this way of drying their wings after diving. For me, the area around Algesur, as part of the natural park, is an area that has everything. Within a short distance, we see a variety of habitats, from pastures to cliffs, cultivated fields, semi-natural forests, riverbeds, and dune steppes. We are here at a cape, Ponta da Atalaya. The capes are places where many groups of small migratory birds gather. So let's see what we can find. For me personally, this is one of the most beautiful places on planet Earth. Normally, the windy days are rather rest days for the birds. Small birds arriving at night find a small bush where they can rest and recharge their energy. That's why, at the moment, with this wind, the small birds are all hidden and resting. It's more difficult to spot them.
In the nature park, there are still near-natural biodiverse forests.
My name is Udo Schwarzer, I'm a biologist, and with my wife Claudia we have been here in Portugal in Algesur since 1993.
I'm Claudia Schwarzer. I'm a landscape architect.
A few meters behind the sea, on old dunes, so-called grey dunes, a wonderful forest full of lichen and juniper grows in some places in the nature park. So it is a juniper forest, which is a rare thing in itself. When you look around, you can see the protection from strong winds in the depressions of the dunes. Suddenly the juniper is able to develop really thick trunks and tall trees.
Lichens always indicate two things. One is high humidity, which means that they absolutely need high humidity, which is present here due to the sea breeze, but also due to the fog, which often occurs here even in summer. The second important point is that lichens always need very clean air.
A few kilometers away from the dune forest is a completely different kind of scenery.
Another type of forest in the Algesur area and in the southwest of Portugal is the alder forest. The alders depend on the presence of water all year round. This means that anyone who discovers alders in the landscape can be sure to find water.
The alders also play an important role in protecting this habitat. In other words, the alders, with their branching root system, help to fortify the banks and actually keep the stream in its streambed.
A near-natural forest here in the southwest of Portugal is usually a forest that does not show any impact by human life at first glance. You can see this in cork oaks, for example, if they've not been peeled, and you don't see trees standing in rows.
You can tell for sure by how many rancor species there are. If you can identify up to 5 rancor species that occur in the forest, like blackberries, wild roses, hook bindweed, or similar, you can be pretty sure that you are in a semi-natural forest.
Sagres, once the end of the world, the decisive impulse for the discovery and conquest of new continents came from this fortress in the 15th century. Almost nothing remains of the fort from that time. Earthquakes and pirate attacks destroyed it.
I'm Rui Pereira. I'm an archaeologist, and I used to be the director of the Sagres fortress.
Anteriormente, diretor da Fortaleza de Sagres.
Why is Sagres significant? It is a unique place strategically. To this day, the most southwesterly point in Europe is the interaction of the Sagres Cape and the Cape of St. Vincent, São Vicente, making it the largest corner point in Europe. All the ships that want to get to the Mediterranean and the North Atlantic passed by here, and still do. And all those wanting to go to North Africa have to pass this coast.
Henry the Navigator, an influential nobleman who is still revered in Portugal, worked here. In the 15th century, he transformed the country into a maritime power. Voyages of discovery that he initiated were prepared by him with the help of leading navigators, geographers, astronomers, mathematicians, and shipbuilders from all over Europe.
He's considered a hero who aspired for change, who united practical and scientific knowledge in his circle, and in this sense actually represents one of the great innovative personalities of European culture.
Uma das grandes personalidades inovadoras da cultura europeia. Podemos aprender com eles que
we can learn from these places where knowledge met, communication between peoples took place, and economic development was advanced.
Com uns aspectos negativos também.
Also from the negative aspects. The Portuguese were looking for gold and spices, but also people to enslave on the west coast of Africa. They were then used for domestic and field work and on the sugarcane fields, and later exported to the islands in the Atlantic and then to America. The Portuguese thus laid the foundation for the slave trade.
Although the era of Henry the Navigator has been well researched, mysteries remain. For example, the meaning of this circle, which measures 42 meters on average, has not yet been clarified. It is undisputed that it was created in the 15th century. It most likely served as a symbol of the discoveries and their enormous consequences. A period of prosperity for Portugal. The conquests led to power and immense wealth.
We are at Cape São Vicente, the most southwesterly point in Europe. It is the beginning of Europe, with all its good and all its bad sides. That is precisely why we are striving for an open Europe, open towards the sea, as in the days of Henry the Navigator, when Lagos and Sagres were the starting point for all sea connections. We do not want a Europe that is closed in on itself and that is only concerned with its own defence.
Relativamente ao que vem do exterior.
My name is Ana Carla, and I've been a nature walking guide for 11 years. The fact that I'm a nature walking guide has a lot to do with the appeal to protect this place. Moreover, I believe that with nature tourism, you can convey the magic of nature and its values. When we look at the landscape, we see a flat bush landscape, so the vegetation is very low. The diversity here is enormous. One of the valuable features here in the nature park is its endemic species. Species that only exist in small areas. Some actually only exist here, like the cistus from Sagres, a cistus sulcatus. When we touch it, we feel this glue, as if it were its sunscreen. When the sun shines more and more intensely during the day, the plant begins to secrete this film. It reflects the sun, keeps the moisture, and protects the leaves from burning. This is also a special species, a Staurocanthus, Staurocanthus spectabilis, and belongs to the broom family. Basically, they are spines, leaves that have turned into these spines. And once again, it's a form of adaptation, protecting the plant so that not much water is lost. Another striking feature of this plant is the trunk, which has a woody character. I call this area a bonsai garden because all the plants have these trunks, even the smallest and weakest.
Os caules muito linhosos, mesmo as espécies mais pequeninas e mais quase mais frágeis. Então, nós aqui temos o
Here we have the midday flower, a species from South Africa that was introduced to hold the sand. We can find them all along the Portuguese coast. As this species originates from South Africa, most people do not know that it's an edible plant.
É desconhecido pela maior parte das pessoas, mas é uma espécie comestível.
The ice plant is a succulent plant. It stores a lot of water in its fleshy leaves. It's classified as an invasive species. You have to be careful with invasive species because they can displace other original plants in the landscape.
E tomar o lugar das outras espécies que cá existem naturalmente e que fazem parte desta paisagem.
Over the years, it's been noticed that many endemic species grow here, and it's a very valuable landscape. Here in this small area, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and many more different plants. Altogether, they basically live here in a perfect symbiosis. They take nothing from each other and cooperate with each other.
Here in the south of Portugal, a few kilometres east of Sagres, the nature park ends and offers one last special feature.
My name is Francisco Lopes. I am a biology and geology teacher. We are here at Praia Santa Beach, a place where dinosaur tracks can be discovered. From these, you can draw some conclusions about the behavior of these animals and guess who made these prints. For example, from the measured length, in this case 50 centimeters, you can deduce the height of the hip, about 2 meters, and the length of the animal, from the tip of the tail to the mouth, was about 5 meters. By looking at the distance between the prints, we can still find out at what speed the animal was moving, whether it was walking or running. In this case, it was walking slowly. It was therefore not being chased by anyone at that moment.
Estava tranquilo, portanto não tinha ninguém atrás dele, neste caso.
We can analyze how it moves, whether with 4 or 2 legs.
Como é que ele estava a caminhar? Se estava a caminhar com as 4 patas ou só com 2? Neste caso, nós só temos as marcas.
In this case, there are only footprints of hind legs, which means that it was a biped.
Este animal estava em posição bípede. Por outro lado, se analisarmos aqui a extremidade das garras,
if we look at the tracks, we can see 3 toes and round toes, no claws, which indicates that it was not a carnivore. It was a herbivore.
Do dedo terminal não é afilado, é arredondado, o que indica que não era animal carnívoro, era animal herbívoro.
These footprints were made about 125 million years ago, so they date from the Triassic period.
Num período de tempo geológico que nós chamamos Cretácico.
Madeira, Portugal's autonomous region in the Atlantic, closer to the African coast than to its mother country. It lies at a distance of 900 kilometres from Portugal. The island was named by the Portuguese sailors who claimed the uninhabited territory for themselves in 1419. Madeira means wood, and there was plenty of it. Almost the entire surface was covered by dense forest. Since 1982, 2/3 of the landscape have been under protection. The water on the south coast is clear and calm. It is the habitat of several dolphin species that live here all year round. The sea is up to 4,000 metres deep and offers enough food for all the animals. Elena Arrayol has been watching the dolphins for a long time.
We're watching rough-toothed dolphins, a species that is not very common in the waters of our archipelago. But when they do appear, they behave exactly like they do here. Very social, very curious. It's a relatively large dolphin. It can grow up to 2 meters and lives 30 to 35 years.
Rough-toothed dolphins are sociable and often travel in groups of 10 to 20. They also socialize with other species, such as bottlenose dolphins and pan-tropical spotted dolphins. They've even been seen with pilot whales. Their preferred food is fish, but they also eat squid and octopus.
Since I was a child, even when I was very small, I've had this connection to the sea. It's in my blood. It's a real passion. Every day feels like the first time. Every day I discover something new.
Rough-toothed dolphins have a larger brain than most other dolphin species. That's why they are thought to be among the most intelligent of their species. They navigate by listening to the calls of others. Sounds, body contact, and body language are also used to communicate. The Fort de São Tiago in the capital Funchal was meant to protect the city from raids. Following the settlement in 1425, sugarcane soon began to be cultivated. In the 15th century, sugar was as precious as gold. It brought wealth not only to Madeira but also to pirates. When sugar became cheaper in Brazil due to the decrease in the price of slaves, people started to grow grapes. The town's coat of arms still features 5 sugar loaves and 4 grapevines. Funchal's central markets are held indoors. 6 days a week, you can find fruit, vegetables, flowers and fish here. Not everything sold here is cultivated locally. Many of the exotic fruits have been imported. Most of the fish are caught off the coast of Madeira. In recent years, fishing has been in decline. Tuna also comes from local waters. A cable car connects the old town with the suburb of Monte, which lies 560 meters above sea level. The 3,200-meter journey takes 20 minutes. The old town district of Funchal. This is where Fatima Spinola lives. She's an artist who returned to Madeira after studying in Lisbon.
The buildings were dilapidated. They were in a bad state. Same goes for social matters like drugs and prostitution, which were very obvious at that time. And we were all afraid to walk through those streets. I come from the north, from Santana, and when I first came to Funchal, I used to walk down a side street of the Rua da Santa Maria. The majority of people just didn't go through that area.
In 2011, an art project brought about a change. The city supported an initiative by local artists called Art de Portas Abertas, the art of open doors.
More than 100 doors were painted. More than 100 artists were involved, some of them residents of the neighborhood. We had a wide range of artists of different ages and educational backgrounds. Even people who otherwise had nothing to do with art took part in the event to help recover this old area of Funchal.
Fatima also painted one of the doors, a self-portrait of her and her boyfriend at the time.
In this work, look beyond the happy ending. I deal with the difference between private and public space. Sometimes things that were allowed were not allowed inside nor outside. Art has completely transformed this area. Many buildings were bought up and renovated and now serve a different purpose. The social problems were gradually displaced to other areas. We now know art can help with change, and today tourists and locals can walk along here in a much more relaxed way.
Bananas, one of Madeira's few export products. Bananas need 6 to 8 months to ripen. The longer the process takes, the sweeter the fruits become. After the harvest, the tree dies. The workers have to carry 35 to 40 kilograms to the truck. They're harvested all year round. Even when they're still green, bananas are very sensitive to pressure. Fewer imperfections equals higher price. They're taken to a collection point, the first stage on their way to being sold. Agostinho Serrao inspects them.
GESPA is the company that is still in charge of bananas. The main task is first to collect or receive the banana harvest from the producer, then comes the further processing.
Depois a seguir faz a parte do processamento.
After cutting off the banana fruit, it is washed. This is to prevent fungal infestation. Here, the fruits from 2,800 different producers are sorted, weighed, and packed.
About 15% of the production stays in the region and 85% goes to mainland Portugal. A small part of the 85% also reaches Spain or Morocco. This bunch has much better properties than this one. Why? The cleaning process has damaged it, and this one was not flawed. The flesh is very tender, very sweet, nutritious, and has an incomparable taste. I eat bananas every day, every day.
Levadas, man-made water paths. Without them, the settlement of Madeira would not have been successful. Now they are to be commemorated.
My name is Susana Fontina. I'm a biologist and I work for the Ministry of Environment. I'm currently coordinating the application of the Madeira Levadas for the UNESCO World Heritage Program. First of all, I would like to point out how impressive it is that an island like ours in the Atlantic Ocean, which is only 742 square kilometers in size, has more than 3,100 kilometers of levadas. The island was discovered in 1419-1420. It's believed that it was already necessary to construct these paths in the first quarter of the 15th century. It became increasingly necessary to transport the water from the north to the south, where people settled and turned to agriculture, such as the cultivation of sugarcane.
People settled in the south because it was warmer and rained less there. However, there was little water there, so the challenge was to channel water from the north to the south. The solution was the levadas.
The first people to start building levadas were settlers. They were called rocheiros, from rocha, Portuguese for rock. With the tools of their time, they managed to cut water paths into large rocks in places that are absolutely inaccessible to us. This was crucial for today's wealth of levadas. The levadas transport water for various reasons, to produce energy, for human use, and for agriculture. The network of levadas can be seen as a circular system. Think of it as a heart. The heart is basically a spring. It pumps the water through the arteries.
My name is Manuel Santos, and I am a levadero by profession. I work at the levadas, directing the water to customers who need it, and that's how I spend my day, at the levadas. That is my job. The basin collects water during the night. We collect water here to open the valve the next day so that people can irrigate their fields. Everyone has their own water times. Everyone gets the water from their own tap. From there on, the customer is responsible for their water. The levadero only comes here and opens the valve of the basin. When water is needed on this side, they come here and put a sheet here like this. It's already flowing in this direction. Customers do it, not me. I just open the basin valve. The customer then diverts the water here. They do the same down there. And so everyone manages their own water. Irrigation starts in May, and so the summer starts by giving water to the customers so that they can irrigate their fields. In summer there are beans, maize, yams, bananas, and all these things that need to be watered. Every 10 days they need water.
E essas coisinhas assim que é preciso regar, de 10 em 10 dias tem que levar água.
It's like this. If I need 2 hours of water, I get a bill to my home. It comes from ARM, the Madeira Water and Sewerage Company. I get a bill to my home to pay for the water. So everyone pays for their own water times. One has half an hour, others have 2 hours. Still others have 3/4 of an hour. I use this tool here. You use it to remove the dirt. A lot accumulates here. With water, it works like this. There are 4 holes. I pull this sheet out and that's it. The water is divided. If I don't want it to flow here, I block it off and open the other side so that this inflow is closed. I push these plates in, later I remove them again, and half flows in one direction, the other in the other direction.
Mas logo, ter as chapas fica igual, metade para baixo, metade para lá.
The worst is when it doesn't rain, when there is a water shortage and people lose their crops. This year has been a dry year. Everyone is waiting for rain, but the rain doesn't come.
A narrow peninsula in the east, Madeira's volcanic origins are clearly visible in the rocks. The colours come from volcanic eruptions. Traces of volcanic activity can also be found here in the north. Lava pools created on the seabed by a volcano that has long been extinct. Manuel Filipe is responsible for the management of Madeira's protected areas. He's accompanied by Alexandre Andrade, who grew up here.
We are in the middle of the Lauri Silva forest, the laurel forest. In the past, 20 million years ago, it covered the whole of Europe. Madeira has the largest and best preserved area of laurel forest in the world. This shows its importance. There are about 15,000 hectares of laurel forest. This corresponds to about 20% of the planted area on Madeira Island. It's a UNESCO World Natural Heritage Site. This is the only natural heritage of Portugal. It is centuries old. Some of them show signs of possibly being 1,000 years old. These are unique trees.
Laurel forest grows at an altitude of between 300 and 1,300 metres. Various species grow in it, such as laurel of Madeira, canary laurel, tree heather, stinkwood and ferns.
Here you can see very well the individual components of the laurel forest, from lichens to moss. And if you look at the shrubs, it's tree heather. And then here the biggest trees, in this case, are the real laurels. They are fantastic. Here you can see the dense forest well.
Then we have the Madeira blueberry here, which has a very characteristic fruit.
This is also a typical species of the laurel forest, the laurustin tree.
Here is a snail. Normally it shrinks, but if you tickle it, it extends itself.
Today, the Laurisilva forest is important for the inhabitants of Madeira, especially as it is the main area for getting water. All the springs that supply the entire population, sustain all the agriculture, originate in the Laurisilva forest. It is the fruit of its vegetation, the dense fogs through which the condensed water is channeled into the ground.
Que depois condensam a água para o solo.
Three times more quantity of water is obtained from fog through the humid layers of air than the water from pure rainfall.
3 vezes superiores à água da própria precipitação, portanto da chuva.
90% of the levadas start in the Laurisilva forest. It is the levadas that carry the water from their sources in the laurel forest to the cultivated fields and the people. There are several invasive species that pose a threat. One is the banana passion fruit. The banana passion fruit is a bindweed. It could cover all the larger trees in the Laurisilva forest, even causing them to die. Basically, this Laurisilva forest, an area of 15,000 hectares, is in good condition. So, we can say that it is the largest, best preserved area of Laurisilva forest in the world.
Anna Lemos and Luisa Santos are friends.
My grandmother taught me. She also embroidered. My grandmother went to Funchal to get the embroidery orders and bring them to us. Her daughters all embroidered too, and so did my mother. Scissors and needles, these are our tools. These scissors are from my grandmother. The factory has the fabrics. They design the pattern and print it. We finish the work and go back to the Casa de Bordados to have it cut, washed, and ironed. And they put a seal on it that proves that it's original. It comes like this from the casa. They have a machine there so they can count the stitches. This one, for example, has, how many thousand stitches are there? 5,000. Here's the number of stitches we do. The payment depends on the stitches. When I finished school, I started doing the more complicated stitches. I learned all the stitches, and above all, I learned how to do them correctly. To start at the Casa de Bordados.
She was 12 years old then.
It's our profession. We're insured by Social Security. Embroiderers retire at 60 because the work is very damaging to the back and eyes. We embroider during the day for as long as we like. The Madeira embroidery often refers to our Laurisilva, to our plants. 2 months. 2 months for all that. But I have to work on it every day, from 1 to 6, from 1 to 7. You have to stitch for a very long time to get it done. The embroiderer almost always does it with their neighbor. In the past, mothers, children, grandchildren all sat together to embroider. Today it's less so. But when we have a colleague with us, we can talk, chat, and embroider. It's not stressful. You don't want to embroider with someone who only complains about life. That's how you get home, and you're more stressed than before. And it also makes you tired. If I didn't have good company by my side, it wouldn't even be possible to sit down here. The two of us here, we have no stress. Three years ago, we were in Venice, both of us. We spent 20 days in Venice to embroider on the island, on San Giorgio. There were diamonds, ivory, and embroidery. The clothes were among the most luxurious things. Chanel was also there with clothes. It was a great experience. We loved it. And they also made shoes that cost 5,000 euros and more, made of crocodile leather.
I am Raimund Quintal, and I am a researcher at the Centre for Geological Studies at the University of Lisbon. Beyond my research, I have been an environmentalist for years, active in ecological groups.
Do ambiente integrado em grupos ecológicos.
An acacia, rather one of many acacias, also from Australia. The invader here is mainly of Australian origin. This is a eucalyptus grown from seed. These are eucalyptus leaves. If I were to throw them into warm water, I could see traces of oil on the surface. These leaves contain a lot of oil. Oil is highly flammable. If the ground is covered with these leaves, and there are many, then a fire spreads very quickly. The eucalyptus actually comes from Australia. It found favourable conditions here. It consumes a lot of water because it grows quickly. But much more aggressive than the eucalyptus is the acacia. We say more aggressive because the acacia has many more species that grow quickly and also regenerate quickly after fires.
E que se desenvolvem muito mais rapidamente e depois do fogo também regeneram muito mais rapidamente.
The 9-hectare property was passed on to Raimundo and his group in 2019.
It was infested with invasive species, lots of acacia, eucalyptus, cheesewoods, gorse, broom.
Imensos eucaliptos, incenseiros, tojo, giesta.
We worked on removing the invasive species.
De eliminação das invasoras.
What we want is a good balance between exotic and native species.
A few kilometres further on, at an altitude of 1,600 metres, the group owns another plot of land.
Everything burnt down here in 2010.
More than 90% of the plants burnt down. In 2016, there were further devastating fires from which the landscape has not recovered.
This is a fire tree. It already has ripe fruit. We pick these fruits. They have seeds. We then plant the seeds to increase biodiversity.
E depois vamos espalhando para aumentar a biodiversidade.
We collect them in buckets, in bags, and take them to the places where they are missing.
Onde faz falta.
We sowed the broom shrubs. It was the seeds that we collected from other places where the fire had not raged and brought them here. We are recultivating. The project was first called Oasis in the desert of a mountain. After the fire, we renamed it. Now it is called Risen from the Ashes. And that is exactly what we are doing, helping nature to rise from the ashes. Even if it doesn't rain, the water is absorbed by fog, and so the small plants are watered by drops. Our work, therefore, contributes to biodiversity. If all this were covered with broom, there would be much less danger of erosion.
Vai ser muito menor.
With lots of broom, blueberries and Canary Islands juniper, the risk of fire is much lower as they absorb moisture and moisten the soil, even when it is not raining.
O solo fica úmido e é muito mais difícil de haver fogo.
High above the centre of Funchal lives and works the botanist Patrick Garton. He comes from a family of orchid growers and has made a profession out of his profound knowledge and passion.
My first memory is 4 and 5, starting to learn some of the names of orchids and garden plants that my mother was talking about. So when I got to school, I could only refer to plants by their Latin names, and the teachers were very impressed.
Spanish moss, also called fairy hair, originates from the American continent.
The more water you give it, the faster it grows. It grows downwards, and so if you start off, it probably grows about ½ meter every year. And when it reaches the bottom, we cut the bottom off and we put it back up on the top. So at the beginning we have these thin ones like that, and then by the end we have these nice thicker ones like this. And it's always alive at the end. It's one of the few plants that grows downwards. So therefore it needs no support. It just hangs. So it doesn't need any wood, any holts, because it's growing the opposite direction to a tree. You find bits like this here, they are dead at the top. The original plant dies, and only the bits at the end, the newest bits, are alive. It's the same fibers that you make rope. I could probably hang myself on there quite easily, on the dead material that was probably already 20, 30 years old.
The family business is not only dedicated to growing, but also to the conservation of orchids threatened with extinction.
It's a large flower, and imagine that this whole thing is produced only for 1 week. All these flowers, they have a lot of smell, so they are very duftenden, perfumed, and as a result they don't last very long. So usually strong-smelling orchids don't last very long because they are relying on the smell to advertise themselves, and not so much the longevity, that's the amount of time they're open, or the colour. This is a species of dendrobium, and dendrobiums are notorious for producing kikis, or babies, little tiny little uplegger. Okay, so they produce little things. The roots already being produced. The roots tend to go to where the humidity is, because where the humidity is usually where they want to be. It's usually where, and a lot of them actually go. They sense that where the humidity is, that's going to be where the trunk of the tree is. So the roots are all going towards the original trunk. They're all facing this way, dendrobiums, as a result, if you're growing them in the home, they'll tend to, if you let them establish for 1 year, you must let roots go over the surface, the Oberfläche, is it Oberfläche? The surface of your substrate, your pot, must not bury those roots. A lot of people start to bury those roots, or when they go outside the pot, they want to cut them off or bring them back in. You must allow the roots to do what they want, because they are doing the right thing. And if you bury them, you can kill your plant. The principal function is to hold on. If they cannot hold on, then they fall to the forest floor, where it's dark and they cannot survive. So things must get to the light, they must climb up to the top. For that, you must have a good root system that allows you to hang on to your host. Roots can be, in some cases, meters away from a plant, and that's why they'll go outside the Tupfen. They'll go outside the pot, and they'll explore your room, or they'll explore the air around it, because really there's no limit to where they will go. They have the whole tree to explore, so those roots just go on and on and on. And here we have beton, a mauer here with lots of cement, and the orchids are growing. 2 different types of orchids here are growing very, very well with their root system growing into the holes between the stones in the concrete infill, or some of the concrete mixing with the concrete. And we have another one here, so this is an oncidium, and the roots are growing again onto the concrete and into the holes, and we have a sarcochyllus here growing with the same thing. And the roots on the sarcochyllus are already almost half a meter away from the plant. And of course they've gone into the wall as well. So no difference to them, whether it's on a tree or whether it's on a cement pillar. My mother would have, in a house like this, she would have very few plants that were the same. Each plant was different. So she kept the best seed from each cross that she did, and we didn't clone at that stage. We just bred by seed and produced, not in a labor, masses of the same variety. So I remember as a child I would come in here 40 years ago, and we'd look across a sea of flowers, and each one was different. Each one was different. There would be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and you would not see the same orchid again, because it was unique. I would say we have somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 different genetically individuals.
Faja, the name of narrow strips of land by the sea. A cable car travels 350 meters in altitude and touches down in the middle of a paradise barely a kilometre long and 100 metres wide. Those who farm here know how lucky they are. Mario Fernandes is a senior electrical engineer in Madeira's water supply and an organic farmer on the side.
I am a prince of happiness. My wife and I got married many years ago, in 1970. My wife's family had bought this property in 1921. It is a unique property. It was already unique at the beginning, back in the day. It first belonged to Madeira's discoverer, Gonçalves Zacó. His grandson sold it to the Jesuit order, which is why it is called Feijão dos Padres, meaning father's beans. I have variety here, all the fruits that are produced in Madeira. Avocado, mango, papaya, pitangas, araçal, different fruits that we grow organically.
Diferentes frutos neste espaço de forma biológica.
The biggest problem here, the biggest challenge, is the water. The water comes from the north via various channels, the levadas. The highway of the past was the sea. That's why crops have been grown here from the very beginning, since the early days of Madeira. It was logical that something was cultivated here because it is right on the motorway. The cable car has solved a problem that we had here with the delivery of goods and the accessibility of the site for people. It's been here since May 2016, which made the agricultural work simpler. They say there are no roses without thorns. This area has its possibilities, but also its problems. Accessibility problems, size problems, difficulties in creating all these fields. You need a lot of labour. The result is, of course, excellent, but it also costs a lot. It is like a rose. It costs, but it is very beautiful.
É como a rosa. Custa, mas é bonita.
The Sand Algarve is just under 60 kilometres long, a coastal strip from the city of Faro to the Spanish border. Its centrepiece, the Ria Formosa National Park, one of the largest protected lagoons in Europe. The Ria is 180,000 square kilometres of protected wetland. Between it and the open Atlantic lie 5 islands, and right in the middle, a mudflat. Kilometres of sandy beaches protect a mosaic of sandbanks and freshwater lagoons. And salt marshes, covered at high tide and crisscrossed by a labyrinth of channels at low tide. The nature park extends up to 5 kilometres into the hinterland, a garden of biodiversity. Due to the mild temperatures, it is visible and noticeable all year round. Hummingbird, hawk moth, swallowtails and lizards are found in the evergreen vegetation. Seabirds and wading birds settle on the coastal strip. Permanent residents, swallows and seagulls. Faro is the administrative centre of the Algarve, a place where Phoenicians, Greeks and Romans have settled. With its international airport, Faro is also the entry point for over 4 million tourists every year. Within sight of the runway, the western tip of the Ria Formosa begins, with the Faro Island, a peninsula where the rules of the protected area have not yet been fully implemented. Most of these houses were built illegally, much like the case of José Santos. The 72-year-old was stranded here 20 years ago. A friend left the hut to the former labourer. This is the only way he can make ends meet on his meagre pension.
Life is good here. Yes, it is good.
But it is also a life on the edge.
Yes, the house issue. They want to tear down all the houses, from the street down to here. I don't know when, though.
Those affected are to be relocated to new accommodation, somewhere on the coast.
That doesn't really make sense. There have always been houses here. Now they're tearing them down.
Most islanders are sceptical. They believe that the measure is only intended to create space for large holiday resorts.
Resist? Against whom? If I have to get out, I have to get out.
There is a project that aims to restore balance between the people and nature in the lagoon. It calls for the restoration of landscape values and is financed by the Portuguese state and the EU. Fishermen and shellfish collectors benefit from the project. After all, it safeguards marine wildlife for them and the seabirds. One of them is Vitor Lourenço, who chugs through the lagoon on his boat early in the morning with his dog, Flecha, just before the tide goes down. A journey without a compass, with signposts that only locals know.
All the streams have names. We are here in the stream of fish. Another one is called Empty Barrels, because boats loaded with barrels used to dock there. Each vein of water was given its own name.
Vitor has been working in the mudflats since he was a boy. His parents were poor. He was only able to buy his school books with the money from his catch of mussels. Now the 66-year-old is retired, just like his buddies Chico and Helio. But the mudflats remain their elixir of life. Vitor collects razor clams according to an old tradition, using salt as the mollusks sense danger and emerge from the sand. 60 years ago, one would also collect some heavy metals in the process, back when oil tankers were allowed to enter the lagoon and pollute the sandy soils.
Now everything is clean. For many years, the water was murky, rubbish was lying around. That is over. A jewel in the crown of Portugal. This is the Ria Formosa.
The Ria has almost 300 mollusk species. They dwell amongst the algae in the rock pools, below the evergreen marsh meadows. The men who collect and sell these shells in all their variety are called mariscadores. They work in and with the tides. The tides in the Ria shift by 1 hour every day.
Let's check the mussels and the oysters.
First the mussels.
Responsible shellfish collectors are as concerned about preserving the stock as they are about making a good catch.
This oyster is very big. I'm leaving it here so it can reproduce, so that small oysters emerge. So that new ones grow. They really are from the Ria. They're native. One should not collect too much, but if we collect little, we starve. Keeping the balance, that's important.
At the edge of the mudflat is a University of Faro research centre. The institute works together with the EU Marine Biological Laboratories, a protected area, specialising in the study of seahorses. Miguel Correa and Jorge Palma breed the distinctive bony fish here. Seahorses are rather sedentary creatures. The tail fin serves as a grasping arm, and with their little flickering fins, they can only move slowly, making them vulnerable. One aim of the research project is to explore harmful but also beneficial environmental factors in order to secure and increase the population in the lagoon. Around 2,000 specimens grow in the laboratory every year. The big ones are released into the lagoon.
It could be 40 or 30.
A good number.
The population of seahorses in the Ria Formosa was among the largest and most stable in the world. Then, 20 years ago, the number steadily decreased.
Yes, look outside for them.
I'm going out.
The Portuguese Parliament wants to establish 2 protected zones in the Ria, which may only be entered by researchers. This would not only ensure the survival of the seahorses, but that of all the mudflat animals.
Seahorses are part of the marine food chain, a very important part. They are indicators of the state of their environment and surroundings, of the state of the ecosystem. There was a very sharp drop, about 95% compared to the 2001 data. We suspect that habitat loss and climate change are reasons for this. Recently, we have also become concerned about fishermen who specialize in catching seahorses.
Buyers are typically manufacturers of dubious remedies for the Asian market. For this purpose, they hunt millions of seahorses every year and sell them in the form of powder or a pill. Knowing full well that the species is subject to the Washington Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species. In front of the Institute, directly in the mudflats, Carolina Murato is conducting research on the seahorses and their natural living conditions. The 29-year-old came to Faro from Lisbon to study, and she decided to stay.
The Ria is like a cradle for many species. There are many species of fish that spawn here, commercially attractive ones and insignificant ones. The whole area is very rich in marine life. This includes mudflats, seabirds, and much more.
More than half of all fish species in the Atlantic are said to lay eggs in the Ria. That is the researchers' estimate. Many species find shelter in the salty mudgrass meadows. The dense stalks convert carbon monoxide into oxygen. As a marine biologist, Carolina knows the areas where the seahorses settle. Any newcomer would be helplessly lost in the murky waters of the seagrass beds. The seahorses are a trademark of the Ria Formosa. Their preservation is part of a plan for the restoration of the lagoon and its beautiful landscape. Faro Park rangers ensure nature conservation rules are complied with in the mudflats of the nature park. José Lopes is the commander of the troop. With him on board, trainee Rafaela and deputy commander Carlos.
Come on, step on it. Behind the bridge. See if you can see someone flushing their engine.
Their target, polluters, ignorant tourists, illegal fishermen and shellfish collectors.
Good morning. What are you doing? We are park rangers. Have you lost something?
No.
Have you lost something?
I haven't.
That was an octopus fisherman with a big hook. He is allowed to have that. A fish hook, on the other hand, would be illegal. It's an instrument with lots of teeth and barbs.
Ahead, a fishing boat anchored in shallow water.
Possible or not, I have not been able to see exactly. Oh, there's one in the water. That's suspicious.
With a license, you are allowed to collect 2 kilos of mussels out of the mudflats every day. With a prohibited mussel trap, however, you can get up to 300 kilos. This brings a good daily income and tempts many to collect illegally at low tide.
I was here just with the slip nets. I guess I'm a criminal now?
I didn't say that, but I don't like being lied to.
No, we didn't. Here's the slip net. Here it is.
The sanding net is there. Ah, there is also a mussel trap. We have already found it. Someone must have lost it in the water.
It's clear what has happened. Equipment and shells are confiscated.
They have to pay. But they will probably build a new fish trap. And then they'll be back in the Ria tomorrow. They'll quickly earn back the €200 fine. In one day they earn that amount, or much more.
The illegal booty is released back into the sea.
Na boca deve ser Olha a poluição que faz. Estás a ver essa ave? É uma...
The park rangers are not only hunters but also animal rescuers.
Let's try to catch the seagull. Then we'll take it to the bird sanctuary. It won't be able to fly soon. It probably has a fish hook or a piece of net in its mouth.
De rede, ou redes ou qualquer coisa.
We'll be back here in the next few days. Then we'll see if the seagull is still there. At some point, it'll be exhausted.
We return to the coast of the Ria, to Faro. Vitor Lorenzo is not only a shellfish collector, but also a restaurateur, and the pub is also his living room. Ornamental fish lead a quiet life here. All the others end up on the grill or in the pan. For example, in the famous cataplana, a stew with vegetables, herbs and seafood. Vitor collected the mussels for his stew in the morning. The restaurant fell into Vitor's lap. As a teenager, he grilled fish in front of his parents' house. Farmers came and put their vegetables on the grill. The idea of opening a restaurant came about during a lively meal. It became a family business, which Vitor now runs together with his daughter Sandra. Portuguese people are family-centred. Children usually only move out of their parents' home once they get married. Until then, they laugh, live, and cook together. At least once a day, the family meets for dinner. 66-year-old Vitor watches over it.
My philosophy of life? To work, not to harm my neighbour, and to contribute to everything, so that we live in a community where everyone is well. We have to keep a balance. We have to find a way of living in order to live healthily and let the Ria be as it is, a beautiful lagoon. For that, everyone has to do their part.
On the eastern edge of the Ria Formosa lies Tavira, only 30 kilometres from Faro. The former fishing town lies on the Rio Guilao, one of the freshwater tributaries of the nearby lagoon. From the 8th to the 13th century, Moors ruled large parts of the Iberian Peninsula. The Church of the Holy Mary stands on the foundation of one of its mosques. Tavira was a centre of tuna fishing for centuries. Today, tourism is their most important source of income. In 1972, fishermen dismantled their gill nets that were set up in the mouth of the river after one animal got entangled in it. However, the old salt works are still in operation. Sea salt extracted by hand is more sought after than ever. Flamingos use the salt flats as resting and breeding places. In front of the salt marshes is the island of Tavira. The beach is over 10 kilometres long. A hotspot for beach walkers, shell collectors and nature lovers, but also for sun seekers and swimmers. At the Praia do Barril lies the so-called anchor cemetery, relics of a settlement of 80 families who used anchors to fasten their tuna nets to the seabed. In the early 60s, they moved to the coast. The fish yield was no longer enough to survive on. A narrow-gauge railway, now for tourists, it was built in 1884 by the Bochum Association for Mining and Cast Steel to transport fish, weighing up to a total of 700 kilograms, to the coast. Large schools of fish swim near the islands of the Ria Formosa. Further out, groups of bluefin tuna are still swimming free. They have been placed on the list of endangered species by the World Conservation Organization. At sunrise, boats arrive at the gates of Tavira, in the village of Santa Lucia. Commercial fishing in the nature park is allowed here, for example, for octopus. Octopus belong to the group of 8-armed squid. They're trapped in cages.
You put bait in it. A mackerel or a sardine. You put it in here. The octopus swim around it and then go in. And that's it.
Only octopus weighing over 750 grams may be sold, and many of them end up in the Santa Lucia auction hall. Under strict hygiene measures, the cephalopods are sorted according to quality and weight. The daily auction begins at noon. Thanks to the abundant fishing grounds in the Ria, auction prices influence the octopus market throughout Portugal and Spain. The village has therefore been nicknamed the Octopus Capital.
That's life. You have to kill. You have to kill to eat. But we die first. That still leaves a lot of octopus to catch.
Almost in the centre of the Ria Formosa lies the small town of Olhão. The harbour market hall is its landmark, and you can't miss it from afar. This historic centre is a protected area, a maze of alleys that open up into squares. The market square, with its pubs, cafes and shops, is the meeting place for inhabitants. In one of the two halls, only marine animals are sold.
Fresh from the Ria Formosa.
The vendors are mostly fishermen and shellfish collectors who offer their own catch.
This is bream mackerel. Also very good, big-eye bream.
Attention is paid to hygiene in the sale of these perishable goods.
I prefer meat. When I was young, I went on one of those big fishing boats to Morocco. I was 13 years old, and they made me eat fish on board all the time. Now I eat meat every day.
Olhão lies within the bounds of the protection of the offshore lagoon island of Culatra. The village of the same name has neither cars nor roads. Visitors arrive by ferry or water taxi for a day trip. There are no hotels, only a few holiday flats. In the evenings, the approximately 700 inhabitants are happy to be amongst themselves. Almost everyone here lives off the sea. Only the former mussel collector Neusa Martins has retrained to become a pastry cook. Neusa's speciality, so-called jesuitas, puff pastry pockets filled with jam.
That's better. When you collect mussels, you get a lot of sun. You work and it gets very hot. We work and we're always bent over. You get back pain. I've been working in the pastry shop for 22, 23 years. You work more in the summer. In winter it's quieter, more for the people from the island. And in summer there are more tourists, visitors. People have known me here for a long time. People also order here, and that goes to the restaurants. Almond tart, chocolate tart, orange tart, meringue tart, Molotov pudding.
Kulatra Island is also called Lighthouse Island, after a lighthouse found on the southern tip of the island. It takes 45 minutes to get there by foot. The lighthouse was built in the middle of the 19th century. Four guards work here around the clock in two-man shifts. Ataid Correa and Helda Mendonça are on duty today. They have to climb 220 steps. Then they are 50 meters above sea level. Lens technology was developed at the beginning of the 20th century by the French physicist Augustin Jean Fresnel. The light shines up to 40 kilometers away. The lighthouse is still important today. No one has to fear for their job here.
When my father retired, there was talk that the profession of lighthouse keeper would die out. Since then, 30 years have passed and there are still new people starting with us. We are needed.
Modern technologies like radar and GPS are now the standard at sea, but their security is deceptive.
I have a boat now. There I look at a small screen. I know where I am. I rarely look out to sea. But when the boat battery dies, what do I use to orient myself when I'm far out at sea? By this little light. I know there is land, there is safety. It's the last refuge for all sailors.
The warden's other task? To check the beacons in the channels of the Ria. Barely 500 meters separate the lighthouse from the island of Deserta. Isabel Fagundes territory, a nature and bird conservationist. Deserta is considered the most untouched of the 5 lagoon islands. Isabel is doing research here on behalf of a bird conservation organization. The biologist is examining the flora and fauna for foreign influences.
On the island we find invasive plants. One of them is the edible ice plant. Here we are trying to control them.
e que há vários anos que foi introduzida em Portugal e muitos países da Europa.
It's covered with an anti-weed cover for about 3 months in the hot months. This is to dry it out and make it die.
Da ilha. E então este aqui foi teste.
The midday flower originates from South Africa and was introduced into Portugal and other European countries a few years ago. It spreads and forms dense carpets. In this way, it hinders the growth of plants that occur naturally on the island.
No fundo, para secarem e matar a planta.
Isabel is supported by a team, Lise Cuzio and Tania Nascimento, a French woman and a Portuguese woman who record the type and number of invasive animals on Deserta to collect statistics.
The worst thing on the islands in general are animals like cats and mice, as well as invasive plants, and of course the presence of human beings.
E as plantas invasoras também. E claro, a pressão do homem.
Jesus Martinez and Zara Núñez follow the tracks of introduced cats.
And go all the way here, okay? That's a big animal that went there.
From there to there.
Yes, you can see the size here. That must be the animal that always hangs around the restaurant.
The same from our other observatory?
Yes, the adult female.
The one from the restaurant is a female?
This modern restaurant is the only one on Deserta. It is licensed and runs ecologically. Cats also arrive on the island as clandestine travellers with the delivered goods, just like house mice.
I'm particularly interested here in how we can mitigate the human impact on the island. In this case, it's about an invasive species of mice that has been introduced by humans, for example on boats. It can have a devastating impact on the ecosystem.
The project spans across all the lagoon islands. We started on Deserta Island.
Last month we caught some mice. I don't think many live here. It probably also depends on the season and on what food they find. We're observing. Our study has only existed for just under a year, so we don't have any valid results yet.
Ainda estamos na fase de descoberta de resultados.
The mice threaten the ecosystem as they eat the seabirds' eggs, like that of the coral gull, which nests and breeds in the nature park only on the Deserta. The large island population of little terns is also endangered. Behind the beach, plants fortify the dunes. Woody species such as thyme, juniper, broom, and other spiny dune grasses. The midday flower is on Isabel's mind. It is proliferating and thus threatening natural nesting sites. But the greatest danger comes from tourism, which brings in 60% of the Algarve's revenue.
A ilha já há muitos anos
The island's nature has been disturbed by holidaymakers for many years. Our task is to restore the original state of the island piece by piece. To do this, we want to conduct a major awareness campaign.
Officially, only 400 tourists are allowed to visit Deserta every day. In the summer season, there are probably far more. For monitoring purposes, some conservationists spend the night on the island, in huts with Manuel Alves, the only inhabitant of the island.
Today was a long day. If you don't mind, I'm going to rest in the hammock for a bit.
Make yourself comfortable.
It was really sunny today.
A day of struggle.
Exactly.
Make sure you don't fall asleep.
A fighter needs to rest.
It's contagious.
The fisherman has lived here since 1984. That is, even before the Ria became a state nature park. Manuel was allowed to stay to look after researchers and advise them.
I accept people as they are. I help them, by all means. There is knowledge about the island, the birds, and much more. I share my knowledge about the mice and everything that lives here. I have supported the universities of France, Faro, and Coimbra. All those who are doing research on the Ria here. I have always collaborated and will do so for the rest of my life.
In September, the season for ornithologists begins in the lagoon. Well into October, it's usually still summer temperatures during the day. Until the spring months, Fernando Grassa works on his boat. In 2014, he started looking for a new job in the coastal region, where infrastructure is generally poor. Once a driving instructor, he became a lagoon guide. His new field of expertise, ornithology. More than 30,000 birds are attracted to the wetlands east of Faro. They breed and spend the winter here, or take a short break on their way south, in the dunes, salt pans and mudflats of the protected Ria. The list of species in the nature park is long. Herons, avocets, snipes and swallows. Spoonbills, coral and white-headed gulls, curlews, redshanks, oyster catchers and red-crested ducks. They're all around.
Wading birds and waterfowl come to this area. Birds that visit wetlands. The Ria is internationally recognized as a wetland. We can observe more than 200 species of birds a year, spread over the whole year, but especially in winter.
Mais de 200 espécies ao longo do ano, distribuídas ao longo do ano, mas sobretudo no inverno.
The Ria Formosa is located on the East Atlantic Flyway. This stretches from the European North Sea across Great Britain to the African continent. Little terns, sandwich terns, great crested grebes, white-tailed eagles and cormorants. 10 years ago, the Portuguese elected the Ria Formosa as one of the 7 natural wonders of their country. There is one species that everyone knows here, although you hardly ever see it, the shy Galinha sultana.
It is the defining species, the symbol of the park. In 1987, the purple partridge lived only here with us, when the nature park was founded.
Twice a day, when the fish flood into the lagoon at high tide, it's hunting time for the birds of prey. Behind the Ria lies the open Atlantic. Marine biologists Pedro Carvalho and Alfredo Rodrigues are experts on the large mammals that swim off the islands.
The birds all fly east. Do you see that?
Yep, here we go.
Where birds fly, fish are often nearby, meaning also large marine mammals.
Yeah.
Bubbles there. Yeah. Just maybe like 15 meters away from the boat.
Just below the surface, a whale family.
There, he's coming up. We have to go. The fine is really big. I can't afford it.
After sunset, it is forbidden to pursue marine mammals off the lagoon.
Well, I feel very lucky now, yeah. We were expecting to find bottlenose dolphins. It was our first bet for the day. But minke whale, totally accepted.
Oh, some bubbles there. Okay.
Yeah.
Bubbles there. Yeah. Just maybe like 15 meters away from the boat.
Last chance.
Hello! Whoa!
This time, a sei whale.
It was a nice way to say goodbye to us.
I mean, I'm happy already. And I never saw them at sunset. So this is a first.
And well, this close to the boat.
Sei whales are one of the most agile whale species, with speeds of up to 45 kilometers per hour. The 2 marine biologists hadn't seen them for months. The Ria Formosa, the undiscovered south coast of Portugal, and a nature park that is full of surprises.